Hello, hello, good morning, good Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hello, Brett. My escapism is back. Oh, well, I don't know if that's entirely healthy, but I'm happy to be the escapism to your need for escapism. How you doing today, brother? So if someone comes in right after the pre-rolls, then they get a bunch of free time, or does it change when they get ads? Oh, if you're talking about the pre-rolls that are playing like right now, yeah, they how it works is there are ads that have to play every hour. You have to play a certain amount of ads every hour. And so I just get these ones out of the way, and then it gives me an hour where there are no ads at all. So getting them out of the way right away means that we don't have to deal with it for another hour. That's how it works. Escaping my muscle soreness and family drama. Muscle soreness, does that mean that you had a bit of a workout? Hopefully so. Family drama, not so good. There's no upside to that. So I'm sorry to hear that. But if you're working out, hey, that's good. That's good. Self-improvement. I've been going for more regular walks as well. I've been getting out. Except for yesterday because it was really fucking cold. And it's fucking cold again today. What the heck? Mama Nature? What's going on there? So when anyone comes in from Discord, they get a bit. Yeah, if you're coming in from the Discord ping, you'll get a little bit of pre-roll ads as they play. But yes. Yeah. The beginning of the stream is just to like get everything out of the way, let people trickle in, get rid of those pesky little ads. Yes. Oh, but yeah. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, yesterday. Nice. Good job. Proud of you. Genuinely. That's not easy to get out and like actually have a workout schedule. I want to start doing that again. Actually, I have a really cool climbing gym that's not that far from me that I'm thinking about trying out because they have a nice little 7-day free trial. And I really enjoyed that the last time I went. It was like a little bouldering climbing wall thing. That is the closest thing that I've found to an exercise that doesn't feel like work. So I'm thinking about checking that out. I don't know about a schedule, but there is an effort being made. And that's all you can really do, man. That's all you can really do. I'm sure a schedule would probably help make it easier, even if it doesn't seem like it, because then you'd get used to it, you know? But do what you can. Do what you can. Make progress where you can. Speaking of, maybe making some more progress today on the aluminum factory. I'm going to go back to that bridge that I was building yesterday and try and make it a little bit nicer. I actually don't remember exactly what it looks like, so I might log in and be like, oh, this is fine. But I also might log in and think this is awful and needs to be, improved. Yeah, any effort that you can make, man. Get out and be physical. Existence is a battle with entropy. And so any little bit of staving that off is good. Keep it up. Aluminium. Me aluminium factory. Yes. Yeah, exactly. You get it. Entropy is a PoE word. Okay. If that's where your mind goes, I guess entropy on evasion is a mechanic. Entropy is a cosmic word. I guess PoE is very cosmic as well. Or if you're just talking about the mechanic, I don't know. All right, here we are. Exactly where I left off last time, nearly getting hit by a train. All right, let's go take a look back at that bridge again and just see how it's looking. It's a word I hear from the Maven bosses a lot. Oh yeah, it is kind of, I guess you're right. The Maven does say that. But it is also just a word. You know what? Maybe I don't hate this. Maybe this is kind of okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's fine. I think what I want, though... I do really like this frame stuff, but I think maybe I want, like, little intermittent concrete foundations like I have over here. I think maybe that would help a little bit. Very entrope-y. Yes. Very entropic. Oh yeah, life is just a constant battle against things falling apart. Is what I mean. So if you can do your best to just keep them from doing that. Just do your best to keep that from happening. And you're already having a good time, I think. Hey, Fix It, what's going on, dude? What's up, man? It's been a minute. Caught up in work. This is looking good. Thank you. Yeah, it has been a minute. I've just been hard at work at the aluminum factory. The aluminium factory. Trying to get a good design going for a bridge between the mainland area with the big tree and the actual building itself. I'm still not sure I'm super sold on what I have going, but we're working with a few things. We're working with a few designs to try them out. I really like the interior that I have going on here. Like this, I like. This I like. Yes, this I like. With the train coming down the middle and like these, almost like razor blade. Remind me of like a battle axe. These hazard stripes. I like those. I want to keep those. I wonder if it's too tight over here to put another pillar. Try. Yeah, what's been going on with you, brother? Caught up in work, you say? Hopefully nothing too crazy. Trying to think about where I've seen these giant rings from. Where you've seen them? I don't know. Where might you have seen them before? Okay, that doesn't look like it's gonna work, but I know the train doesn't actually stick out that far. So we'll see. Also, I don't think I need this entire section of track, because nothing is going to drive on this. Maybe I'll leave it just for, like, spacing.
It's just a hallway, but what a magnificent hallway it is.
Montakin, what is up, brother? Cheesy. What is up, Montakin? Thank you for the 7 months, brother. Not much, dude. Not much. Just continuing work. Trying to build a cool bridge. How are you today, my friend? That's looking really good. Thank you. Very industrial looking. Thanks. I think I like it once it enters the building. Like this. I really like this. Where we have... Oh yeah, I was gonna... This is what I was working on last time. So maybe let me continue this, because I don't know exactly what I'm doing with that elevated bit over there. I think if I could just add like a little bit more decoration to make it look in line with the rest of the building. Like if I could add some extra little rings going around it. I don't know. I don't want to do too much because I don't want to detract from this big ring right here. That kind of needs to still be the main focus. So maybe lighter is better in this case. But we'll see. This is a design I know I like, so I'll just continue with this for a little while. We'll thonk. We'll have a bit of a thonk. Working a lot more than normal. Work at the main FAA headquarters. So between them closing down some sites, moving people around, and planes falling from the sky or hitting things on the runway. Been hectic. Jesus Christ. What? Wait. What is up with that? Yeah, so I heard that there was like a loss of, was there like a loss of funding or something for you guys? With like stuff getting shut down? I imagine that that's probably not so good. That sucks, man. What is that actually like? Is that... I'm wondering what that actually looks like from somebody who works there. Curious. Building looking slick, man. Thank you, Matkin. Futuristic, industrial, sci-fi mix that looks great. Yes. I know, I'm loving it. I'm trying to lean a little bit more into the industry, because I feel like a lot of my stuff, as Brett puts it, and I think this is the best descriptor of my building capabilities, I've taken this to heart, is that I build a lot of avant-garde bullshit. And I think that's perfect, but I do really like when things look industrial and grounded as well. So trying to like introduce some more of that realism, some like support structures and things to the building after the fact. You know, I can let my artistic side out a little bit for, you know, the main structure of the building, but then tying it together with that industrial and more like realistic, kind of semi-realistic, you know, putting these supports here. That kind of completes it. I think that makes it look a lot better in the end. Hey, Death Switch. Trying 1.2. Put it on randomized. Every node became uranium. Thanks, Coffee Stain. Thanks, Coffee Stain. I actually saw in the dev stream today, I saw Total Eclipse asking about that. The proclivity for it to just generate you a bunch of uranium nodes. But I guess that is what you get when you ask for a randomly generated map. Maybe the system could be a little bit more robust to allow for more careful generation. I wonder if this should be straight down. I think it looks fine actually. Just a cool ring, I guess. Just a cool ring, yeah. Not for me, as I'm contracted engineer with the FAA as a whole, yeah. It's like partial funding. It's mainly TSA, which falls under Department of Homeland Security. Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't really affect you, but like all the people that you work with. Main safety division is in my building, and they have been on fire for months. It seems like as soon as it calms down, another accident happens. Dude, that's fucking awful. Traffic controller issue, it seems. Dude made the wrong call at the wrong time. Again, I'm outside looking in for the most part. I just handle the building's maintenance. Okay. So you're not like... For some reason I was thinking you're like in air traffic control, but no, you're like contractor working with the... Okay, I gotcha. Dude, that's scary. Like yeah. I haven't had any reason to need to fly recently, and I'm looking to keep it that way. After I kind of heard what was going on with that, I don't really want anything to do with that. I'll wait for if or when it calms down, I guess. Every node is uranium. I have to manage my ore super carefully because I only have the outcrops to use. Manage to go... Wait, like literally everyone? You're not exaggerating? It's not like, oh, haha, all uranium. Like, no, literally every single ore node. I think these cables actually do get in the way of the lights a little bit. We're gonna get rid of some of these. Or maybe I could just get rid of like all of them. No, not all of them, but I'll start them closer to the middle. So that they don't block the archway on the outside. Let's see. How much space do I have here? 12, okay. So we'll go 6. That's the middle. Maybe we'll just do like 1 in the middle or a few in the middle. I'm not joking. Oh, okay. Thought you were just exaggerating. Like, oh man, there's a lot of uranium on this map. But nope, actually all of it. That does look a little bit cleaner, actually, with that. Maybe do one of these so that it comes down but doesn't interrupt. This is the second day in a row that I think there's been a Scrubs reference. What's happening? Coffee Stain sure hates me. Even starter area is bloody uranium. You should keep that. You should keep that seed, because that actually does sound like a kind of a unique seed. You know what? Maybe instead of deleting them, I could just angle them. So we still get the little trim, but it doesn't interfere. Let's see how this looks. Uranium, it's our uranium, comrade. Nice. I think that does look better. The only problem then is it doesn't really connect up with this very well. I have to use the calculator and see every ore is uranium. God. What's that sound? Definitely avant-garde, but pretty realistic though. I'd find that kind of builds in shows like The Expanse. Massive companies and brutally industrialized builds. 10 out of 10. Thank you. I mean, that's the goal, is the ultimate goal is to mesh my weird creativity with, I don't know, functioning architecture. Which is a fun challenge. That's always the fun of it, is figuring out how this stuff is going to work together. I think maybe if I start that like a little bit earlier. And maybe it'll stop in the middle. Yeah, that's fine. Get rid of these. I think I do like it without the, maybe we could have a few intermittent supports? I don't know, it feels like this is not very well supported. I can't do coal, I'm dying. Only oil is oil. So, the only nodes that you have access to are the ones that, like, there's no nodes, you just have the little pockets. I don't know what they're called. Is that all you have access to? Ore-wise? The best thing about your builds is that they're completely original. You start with a brief idea of what you want and you flow with the process. Yeah, you know what? Yes. I agree. And thank you for saying so. That's my favorite part. Is flowing with the process. Is not really knowing, like, where I'm gonna end up on a lot of this stuff. I mean, I think I've said that, like, since I started playing this game. Get off. I've said that since I started playing this game. Is, I like the process. It's so fun putting stuff together and not knowing where it's going to end up until I'm done. And even then, sometimes I go back and change stuff. And some of it might be, you know, I obviously take inspiration from a lot of different places, sometimes without even realizing it. So, there's some similarities to other things that you might see. But, in the end, I feel like the synthesis of my own creativity and whatever I take inspiration from does create something wholly unique and original. And that's a really cool feeling. It's a really cool feeling. I have to put my logistics super high to avoid dying. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. You're unable to touch the ground. The areas where the uranium nodes are. I'm sorry, but that is so funny, dude. Let's see how that looks. I think I don't really like the cross beams. I don't really like that either, though. I put the signs on the cross beams like they were down below. My issue with it is that you still have to fit the mechanics of the game and then do aesthetics. I wouldn't be able to do either. I mean, it's an iterative process to get to the point where you can do both. But a lot of the times I've found success by just building bigger than I need to. Because there's a lot of wasted space in this structure. And then the challenge becomes, like, how do you waste the least amount of space and still have aesthetics and still have functionality? So it's ongoing. I'm not there yet either. Hey, Jug, what's up, brother? Hello, hello, hello. How we doing today? Jug? Not bad. We're here. We're vibing. We're vibing in the basement, just as the trains go overhead, trying to settle on a design for this area. Biomass is a friend. Functional and aesthetic build is the best thing you can achieve. Yes. True, that combination is very nice. It was a nightmare for me, stuck in traffic for 2 hours. Ah, that's rough, dude. I'm sorry. Traffic is never fun. Never fun. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like without the beams it's a little too empty, but with them... Okay, how about this instead? Instead of cross beams... Because I think that's just too many conflicting shapes, like, fighting with each other. And just do beams along like this. Or are you always in the basement? I don't know. You must be joining during the basement segment of the stream. Why do you join during the basement segment? Is a better question. What's up with that? Could come in during the nice sunshiny outdoors portion of the stream. And then you wouldn't be so confused all the time. If and when you get to the end builds, you think you'll still be able to do the decor? If I can't do the decor, then I'm not playing the game anymore. If I've gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, I can't do the decor anymore, I'm just gonna restart or I'm gonna play something else, because that's the fun part for me. There's no point in playing the game. Past that, you know? What's up, Shiro? How you doing, dude? Meowsers. Alright. It's a sickness. It's a sickness. You always know how to spin it, don't you? You always know how to spin it. Alright, then let's try some signs in the middle. Or maybe just like a continuous light strip in the middle would be cool. It goes all the way from this pillar down. Try that. See how that feels. Imagine not touching grass for them. Oh man, I touched some grass the other day. It was really nice. is actually really nice. I haven't been able to do it for the past few days though, because it's been fucking cold. Let's see. Does that detract? It definitely takes the focus. It draws the eye. Maybe not continuous. Continuous is too much. Could do like every other. Been a minute. It has. Staring at 3600 copper wire I've been sinking since November. I got sidetracked. What were you going to do with it initially? What was the plan? Okay, that looks better. It's not as eye-catching, but you still do get the light. We gotta look at night. Yeah, that's a lot better. Okay, okay. I do like these little orange lights, actually. Say, I don't know. I'm kind of torn. I like the soft orange, but I also feel like there's already... Maybe the soft orange could be a nice little contrast in this section. Let's try. It's easy enough to just switch them. No idea what you're talking about? I just stated the obvious. Alright. You keep playing dumb. I see. I see. This doesn't give as much light. Also maybe conflicts a little bit. Keep trying. I think these signs are good though. It's just what color I want on them. My porch hit about 38 C yesterday. Nuclear. I'd send you IP and password, but that would be strange, and 2, you'd have a coronary. Yeah, I'm okay. I don't... Just thinking about that. Just thinking about that gives me the willies. Yeah, it's freezing today. It's actually freezing here. So it is not very nice. I am yearning for the summer. Not the summer, but just like warmer days. I mean, summer means I get to go to the beach, so that's really nice. But... yeah. There's downsides to every season. I like the winter because I spend a lot of time inside, but I do end up yearning for the outdoors after a while. Hey Popeye, what's up? What are we doing to the barf today? Oh, I don't actually know. I think I got distracted already. The original plan was that I was gonna go and do some more work on the bridge over there, leading to the central storage, but I don't really want to. I saw this area and I thought this looked like a more enjoyable time, so I think this is what I'm doing right now. So we're underneath the train network, getting like a nice little walkable space. And I think it's turning out really nice. I'm very much liking it. Actually, these sections are mostly repeatable. So I could blueprint the decor. I don't know. I think I'm okay with not doing that though. I'm having a good time just plonking down decorations. I don't want to use the quick blueprinter for too many things. Use it for too many things. Want to touch the button on experimental, but I gave it a try for a single day. Honestly, just giving it a try for like one day is pretty fun. And then I went straight back. It does kind of open the Pandora's box though, because I know what's coming. which makes it a little bit harder to enjoy the game as it is. But thankfully, I'm up here, and the existential terror that is current truck problems are all the way down there. So we don't have to deal with that right now. I'm safe up here. Far above the swamp. Now this factory actually ended up being really fucking cozy for as big and industrial as it is. I used to fear and hate and loathe the swamp, but now that I am above the swamp, I feel like I've conquered it. It gives a new meaning to this place, gives a new meaning to this area. Don't want a fresh start? Don't want to get that feeling. Yeah. I didn't fresh start, I just loaded up my save in 1.2. I backed it up, loaded it up in 1.2, and then reverted. And even for testing out, like I tested out the random node shenanigans, I just cheated my way up to that phase. To like fly around. I didn't really even do anything, so putting myself up to the phase wasn't necessary. After all, but... Kind of want to do the random node and 31 other people with only the nudge mod. Spinning up a cloned instance in AMP server. You're gonna have a big 31 people randomized node server? That sounds like absolute chaos. That sounds like absolute chaos. I've heard from multiple people, one of them still here possibly, that the randomized ore node gives a lot of uranium, or it can. And that if you end up in that situation, God help you. You might just end up with far too much uranium and not enough of anything else. Oops. Alright, so this is kind of a perfect spot for this. Can add another little elevator entrance right here. Yes. Very nice. Good. Oh yeah, I forget I can hover. That's actually the beauty of making this so walkable, is that if I forget I can hover for long enough, then I know I've done it correctly. What the fuck? I must say I'm tempted by the randomized ore stuff too. I just flew around to see what was possible, but it does seem like it would be fun to try and actually complete some kind of objective within that world, within that randomized world. Let's have this hanging down. I think I do like the little wall hanging down thing. That's kind of nice. Someone cut off my arms, please. What, because they're sore? What were you doing? What was your workout? Is it just generic arm things? Lifting iron. Pumping iron. Getting swole. Okay, that looks fine. That looks fine. Does it though? Should it have a little bit extra? It could. I could do some cables from the track here, from the side of the track. Okay, I see a way that I could make this a little bit more shapely and interesting. More ibuprofen time. Be careful. Alright, let's get some more little shapes. Do I want this to be rounded, though? I guess, because, like, that's rounded, but that's just angled. Let's try just angled first. I guess rounded also sticks out less. My lovely rare disorder makes muscles like 5 reps is the same as intensive for me, so my whole workout is like 20 minutes and I'm sore for the next 2 days. But I promise I'm using the correct technique. Yes. Okay. Make sure. Just making sure. So wait, what do you have that makes it... So, if I'm understanding correctly, you have something that makes it... Oh god. Did that play like weird for anybody else? That sounded weird. Maybe it was just for me. That scared the shit out of me. Actually, I didn't realize that was gonna be scary. Anyway. Yeah, so like you could do fewer reps and it's more intensive for you? Is that what you're saying? Thanks. Of course. I'm out here to help. Ah. What's happened to me? Pork buns flying all over the place. 76 pork buns. Some of that is inflated actually because I had to test it. But don't tell anybody. Don't spill the beans on that one. All right? Nobody say a word. Might have to do something like this. Like that. I just want a little bit of rope in the middle. Called limbs. It's like my nerves and muscles don't play nice. Oh, that sucks. Sounds like you do get 2 workouts for the price of 1. Does that actually... Are there any upsides to that? Like if it actually does, if it isn't as intensive as like a 5 times or 4 times as long workout, does that end up benefiting you the same amount? Or are you just not able to work out as much as you would like want to? That might be a little bit too much. Yeah, let's not do this. Get rid of that. It feels like it does need a little bit of something. But I don't know what. I mean, maybe this is just where I can have a couple beams hanging down. A couple little guys. Braided cables, that's what I want. Because if I have them hanging down directly right here, then that won't get in the way of the arch. We can do a little high barrier. Greetings, everyone. Hope all are well. Thank you, Colossus. All is well here. How are you, friend? How goes it? We are simply working to create a lovely looking maintenance way for the factory. Yeah, if I repeat that on the other sides, that could look okay. Just trying to add a little bit of beef to the infrastructure here. So it looks like it's connected a little bit better. There we go. This might be something that I blueprint, because this is a lot of redoing the same piece. Redoing the same pieces over and over again. It'd actually be a lot more interesting if this came down by a meter instead. I'm realizing. So let's see how that plays with the existing upwards pillars. I'm gonna get rid of this. This will help create some depth without having to really do much. It goes well. Thank you. Be lurking and stream while I work. Enjoy the stream. Thank you. Enjoy your work. And the lurk. I can't think of anything else that rhymes with that, but... No, two's pretty good. Two's pretty good. Thank you. Oh, yes, okay. This is what adds the girth. This is where the girth comes from. I still kind of get to keep the same shape. Also wondering if maybe the metal pillar coming down is not the play. Okay, so that sticks down nicely. It doesn't stick out at all, which I kind of do want it to. So maybe, since this is like purely decorative... and have it come out by 1. Oh, I wonder if that gap in the middle actually looks good if I leave it. So let's try the same thing on the other side and just leave that little gap. Maybe that's where the lights can go. Oops. We can take these guys and move them out a little bit. Oh, actually, yeah, if that just leaves a gap all the way through, that's kind of cool too. We can kind of put some pillars like in the middle of these. It's almost like rebar sticking through between two pieces of concrete. And then that kind of thickens up these support areas. Yeah, because they stick past the border. I think that looks really nice. I want them to have a little bit more color, though. Which maybe just means putting walls, like, along this side. With the walls like that, it might actually be better to connect these things and overlap them. I don't know if it looks like a design flaw. It kind of looks like it's not meant to be that way. It's always the problem with doing weird experimental shit. Is that sometimes it looks like it's not intentional and you just fucked it up. Okay, and then another thing to consider is that I don't think these frame foundations all the way along are actually looking that great. I mean, at least with the outer ones, I could make them angled. Let's see how that looks. It's gonna mismatch with this angle right here, which might not be the best. Although, I guess it doesn't have to, because I could just change this piece. I could just change that to a different ramp. Do an inverted 4 meter. I mean, that's the easiest solution. The more difficult solution is, make this into a custom support. Like, all the way along the bottom of the track. Which, you know, because of the weird curvature here, I might just want to do regardless. Because I do like these weird curvy bits. I want to keep them. We're going to need definitely some custom supports for those. Let's just see how this fits for now. Maybe this is a good starting point. It's better for sure. I like the way that it I like the way that it lines up. I think I'm not a fan of the gap. Sorry, the gap. I fill it with, though. Okay, could just overlap foundations. Try that to start with. What if... No. I was gonna say, what if I put frame foundations in the middle there, but I think that would look weird. I think there'd be too many, like, weird overlapping corners. So we'll just do this. Make it a clean connection all the way through. Okay, I think clean connection might be it. Hey, Tired Potato. What is up, dude? Hi, hi. How are ya? Let's get this changed too. Just vibe building today. I don't know where it's gonna take me. Who knows? Nobody knows. Yo, 20 stream streak as well. Ash Corner sick. Ash Corner sick, ain't it? Right there. Oops. No railings. That's an OSHA violation. Sorry, nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Don't look. Yes, I do like this. In lieu of a more permanent custom solution, I think this is great. I think this is a lot better than what I had. I still feel like there needs to be something underneath this, because this frame is not very thick. Let's get the rest of the pieces in place first, though. And then maybe start blueprinting this down the line, because I'm going to have to replace a lot of these, and it would be better to do that instead of just building all of them by hand. Nope, not railway. Inverted frame ramp. Okay, so what part of this should I blueprint? I should definitely get these big metal pillars out of there. I don't think that sticks through from the bottom anymore because of how thick this is. I'm playing Ranch Simulator instead of Overwatch because I need a break from PvP. Nice. Just chilling with some ranch. That's cool. I like that. What kind of animals you got? What kind of animals are helping you break from PvP? Let's see. I kind of want to put some lights here, but there's no room over there. So it feels like it's kind of pointless. Do a little bit of high barrierage. Just a little bit. Right now it's 2 hens. Just two little hens. Alright. Pretty early days in your ranch. Sounds cozy. Taking care of two little hens. Hey, what's up, Crikey? That is an awesome redeem. Thank you. I worked very hard to make sure that it wasn't broken. It still looks like I'm floating a little bit. So, more work necessary. I've had it sitting around for a long time. I finally decided to give control to you, my fine chatters. Thank you for the big cat as well. I hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. VTuber mode engaged. Just a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. A healthy amount of VTubing. Alright, let's start grabbing this thing, because I think the majority of the platform is fine. Okay, yeah, that is actually on the grid, so I can grab that piece. Good. It's like we got some ads coming up in about 30 seconds, guys. Do be aware. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Sorry to be the doggo of bad news. But it's true. I call it like I see it. It's actually kind of nice being a little doggo. I feel free. I feel flexible. And adorable. Is that all the pieces? I still need these. And these. Bottom as well. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Alright, I can just do a temp blueprint on this. Just stop picking boogers by the time it runs out. You know what? That is exactly the thought that I had. Wow, this is the perfect time. Yeah, you're right. I need a timer so that I know when to stop picking. It's true. Wow, that could have been catastrophic if you hadn't said that. Good reminder. Thanks for always looking out for me, Crikey. Alright, is that centered? I think now it is. Yeah, because it's supposed to stick out a little bit. Okay. Perfecto. And then that guy does stick through a tiny bit, but I can't even target him and he's like under the rail. I don't think it's a big deal. Dude, this factory is turning out so damn good. Thanks. Yeah, I'm liking it a lot more now that I have this little thing in the middle I'm actually doing work on. I feel like it's bringing it together, making it feel more real. Realized. When it's a bunch of ethereal pieces floating around and I've just got like my ideas down but they don't really connect well yet, it can feel like it isn't really coming along. But I think this one's getting to the point where it doesn't feel like that anymore, which is really nice. I love when a factory gets to that point. When a build gets to that point. Where it's not just a collection of ideas, it is actually like a location. A cohesive location.
The number of followers has just increased by 1. You are
Hey,
now
Neil
slightly less
ASC.
alone.
Thank you for making me feel slightly less alone today. And welcome to the stream. If there's anything I can do to you, for you, if there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. Oh man, wonderful first impression. It's not that kind of content. I promise. Don't get it twisted. All right, let's go back to placing frame foundations. How's that sound? Sound good? Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to delete this too. Yeah, okay. So that kind of clashes. That design clashes just a little bit. I do like the beams on the side with the orange in the middle though. I'll try and keep doing that. I can just grab from all the way over there. Yes, I can. Thank goodness. I hate opening my build menu. Me and the build menu are not on good terms. You know what? This might even make the normal walls work a little bit better. The normal walls just coming down right here. The fuck? I can't. It keeps jumping up. Yeah, because they'll merge like that instead of getting in the way of the pillars. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's much better. Unintended. But I'll take it. Don't. Please don't take that out of context. Please, no. No. Don't do it. Please, whatever you do, don't subscribe to my only factories. Don't do it. There's every time I raid someone, this has happened twice. Where I've raided somebody and they have a plugin or some kind of script that automatically plays one of my recent clips. And every fucking time it's something completely insane. Like it happened last time I raided BL Andrew, and it also happened the last time I raided, I don't remember who. It happened somewhere else too. I guess it's a common plugin that people have. And now that one's just gonna get added to the pool. I'm gonna come in. Half of my fucking clips are me talking about my feet pics. And like, it's very sexual. You guys have to start clipping other things too to dilute the pool. Please, for the love of God. Yeah, OF. Only factories. The fuck, Siri, shut up! I didn't even... What did I say that would have set her off? Did I say something? She heard me talking about feet pics and her ears perked up. It's like, what? God damn it. Anyway. Anyway. You get some new weird ads now. Yeah, I'm done getting dog food ads. We just talk about other shit. It's everybody's favorite type of dog food. Mine's IMs. It's a classic. Evening gamer. What's up, Johannes? How's it going?
It's just a hallway, but what a
I get
magnificent
military
hallway
ads.
it is.
Me too.
I'm here to sub to your Only Factories page.
Oh,
Thank
hell
you
yeah.
for everything to do.
Togen, thank you for the follow. Sorry, the sub, the 2 months for the Only Factories page. That threw me off a little. Thank you for everything I do. Brother, thank you for being here and for subbing and for the recognition. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream and perhaps other things too. If you know, you know. Grinding away. I don't think you should say that. I don't think you should say that in the current context. Can you say that? Good. Hopefully your grinding is going
Just a
well.
hallway, but what a magnificent hallway it is.
Oh shit.
Trogan2 gifted a tier
Trogan.
1 sub to Tired Potato Needs a Nap.
Is that...
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you for the gift sub to Tired Potato. Thank you. Also, I realize after hearing Brian say your name is Twogen, is that correct? Because it is...
It's just a hallway.
I feel like I
but
should
what a
say it.
magnificent
Ask.
hallway it is.
correct
Trogan2
myself. Holy
gifted a tier
shit.
1 sub to Johannes
Brother.
1022.
On a
They
fucking
have given 2
streak.
gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. That's so generous. To Johannes as well. Dude, I really appreciate that. I don't even know how to pronounce your name correctly, and you're like gifting me so many subs. Thank you. That's so nice. Looking forward to LE probably, but not playing longer than a few days. Oh yeah, LE stuff coming up. I'll probably pick it up for a little bit. See if there's anything new I can play, but I'll probably just play a Lich again. I'll probably just play like a Bleed Lich again if I play. We nuke chicken and beef in the oven and dice it up for the doggers. Mix it with Purina Pro Plan. Oh, I didn't think that was actually going to get an answer, but thank you for engaging with me. Club's feet pick stuff as per Ada's request. Why would Ada request that? What a freak. What a freak she is for requesting that that be clipped. I'm not weird for saying it. She's weird for wanting it preserved.
If I was programmed to experience joy, this would probably bring me some.
You can call me Twee, like the sound we make on a roller coaster, because I am like an emotional roller coaster.
It's just a
Twee,
hallway,
okay.
But what a magnificent hallway
Twee.
it is.
I like
Trogan2
that.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Shirokuro. They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Twee, thank you for the additional gift sub to Shirokuro. That is incredibly generous. Thank you so much. Twee! Okay, that's better than what Brian says. But you know what? Brian mispronounces everybody's name, which is why we keep him around. It's what I like most about him. Is Torment still good? Last I played it really struggled post like 300 corruption. I never really get up that high, so I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it is one of the harder things to scale because you can't like scale speed on it. Your scaling vectors are interesting but limited. So I don't know. I just think it's fun scaling with necrotic res. I think scaling defense and offense off the same stat is a really fun thing. Just built my first house in Ranch Sim. It came fully furnished without a bathroom. I mean, anywhere's a bathroom if you're desperate enough. But fully furnished without a bathroom is fucking crazy. Like that, I think that's the one thing that you probably need to have. That's the one thing that as soon as it's like not there, you notice. I will not be shitting in the woods. Why not? Your ancestors did it for so long. Why not? You don't want to experience being at one with nature? I'm gonna play Spellblade again. Loved playing that last season, and they gained a bunch of cool stuff this season. And it's really nice on controller. Oh yeah. Spellblade is really cool. There's also, that same class, I think, is... Rune Master is really fun. I really like that class. Spellblade was cool though, with, what was his skill? Flame Surge? Or like Flame Reave or something? There was a cool combo where you would use like an attack that buffed up your next attack every time you used it, and then you would just like spam that, and then hit him with a single Flame Surge, or Flame Reave, or whatever it was called. And there was a passive in that tree that made that attack happen twice whenever you cast it. So you were basically like playing off of this one single big nova of flame. It's very fun. Any Steam sale suggestions? I mean, Alchemy Factory's on sale right now. I played that the other day. That's really good. Mind Mogul's on sale. I know. And that was really fun. That's on like $10 sale. I mean, I'm biased because I'm just out here playing them factory games. I don't even know what else is really on the sale. My niece said no, and the last time I tried using the bathroom outside, I felt something touch my ass cheeks. Oh. Did you ever figure out what it was? Or did you just leave? Did you just say, nope, I'm good, I'm out of here? I feel like I would not be able to live with the knowledge that, or the lack of knowledge of what that was. That gave me the tickle of the woods. Flame Reave, that one is nice. Yes, I love that. I love that skill. I feel like they get to be very zippy. They get to be very zippy and fast for a caster. Which is nice. Or at least still a Shatter Strike. Is that the one that, like, does a circle around you and meets in the middle? So that one is very cool. Tingus Goose is on sale and worth a look. Tingus Goose. I can't even imagine what type of game that is. I left immediately. Okay. Just did not want to know. You opted for the curse of the lack of knowledge rather than the curse of knowledge. Potion Craft, Black Mesa, Pacific Drive, or Road 96. Black Mesa is really good, yeah, if you've never played the original Half-Life. Or maybe even if you have, I don't know. I heard that it's very faithful up until the very end. And it was very fun. Potion Craft is fun too. It's a fun little game. A like physics-based potion crafting game. I've kind of wanted to play Pacific Drive. It looked cool. I've never played one of those games where you just spend all of your time, like, finagling with your car and building your car up. But that one looked like, if I was going to play one, that one looked like it was going to be the one. Because it had cool paranormal elements going on. Plant seeds in patience, bounce babies for profit, and ascend through surreal worlds towards riches. That actually makes sense, Twee, for the kind of name that it has. I would believe that. I would believe that. Wait, let me look this up, actually. Okay. Wait a minute. This looks insane. Oh, that's very loud. Right. Okay, no, yeah, I see what kind of game this is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Congratulations, it's a goose. Bro. Isn't life beautiful? Bloom. Amazing. Yep, this game really is just a gift that keeps on giving. I love the little money people. Alright, I don't think I need to see any more to know what type of game this is, but I'm going to put it on my wish list. It is actually only $6. That might be a fun thing to just pick up as like... I kind of want to know. I'm really glad that I fixed my alt-tabbing issue, because imagine if I alt-tabbed and that was what killed the stream. Like, my stream died for that. Thanks for telling me that. Thanks for saying those words in my chat, Twee, and making me see that. This makes me feel like I'm on drugs? Yeah. Maybe... Yes. True. I agree. Someone was definitely on something when they made it. Wonder what it's like playing it while on drugs. Probably an enlightening experience, if I had to guess. Either enlightening or terrifying, depending on your mood. I don't know. When I'm high, I feel things a lot more intensely. And like horror movies, even ones that I've already seen, sometimes I have to stop watching them. So that might not be a good experience. Oh, I'm gonna have to find a spot for these floodlights. Actually, like hidden under the track here might be perfect. Oh, we'll work on that. Let me finish what I'm doing and work on that. Black Mesa is definitely worth a remake. Yeah, no, it was really good. Like the only qualm that I have about the game is that it drags on for a really long time in that like Xeno section at the end that apparently is not in the base game. I don't know. I've heard that Half-Life kind of just ends very out of nowhere. So the ending section of Black Mesa was an attempt to like give it a little bit more game, but also it felt like, I don't know, I just wasn't really enjoying that end section. I felt like it was very long. Like every time I got to the top of a new platforming section, I was like, okay, this is definitely going to be the end of the game. And there was like 2 hours more game. So, yeah, I don't know. And it was visually really cool as well. I couldn't get into it. Thank you for being you. Of course. I can't be anybody else. After seeing a good dual box setup, I can't imagine not dual boxing. Dual boxing? I mean, like, double PC? I don't like how I feel when I'm high, so I've only experienced it twice. Yeah, it's definitely... It can definitely be very overwhelming. It, like, alters your perceptions completely for a lot of people. So, it makes total sense. It's just, it's not for everybody. I've decided recently that I don't really like it as much as I thought I did. I think it's still good every now and again, but there are a lot of benefits to being sober as well that I like enjoying. I'm a lot more aware. There are certain games that I just can't play while I'm high because I get too distracted. Like, I already get distracted very easily. So, as you might be able to imagine, adding to that, not very good. It's very good for creativity, though. I will give it that. I never feel more creatively... I never feel more inspired than when I'm just, like, looking at things through that lens. That new lens. PC and Mac. For sleeping, 1. For everything else, I can't. Oh, yeah, yeah. Like, it can help sleep, for sure. Black Mesa kind of extends the Zen part. They use the capacities of the motor source that the original couldn't use. Okay. So maybe there was a good reason for that to be the way that it was. For me, it just kind of felt like it was extended. Like, I don't know, there was maybe too much platforming, which was not the part of the game up till that point that I had grown to enjoy. Like, there wasn't enough combat, and the combat that was there was with the same shielded aliens that were very uninteresting to fight, and annoying. So I don't know, it's unfortunate when a game ends and you feel soured by the ending, even though it was really good. It doesn't mean it was a bad game, though. I mean, that's happened to me numerous times with other games. That happens to me a lot with the Resident Evil games. I don't know if anybody else has this opinion or has this experience with Resident Evil, but I feel like they consistently do not know how to end a game. But I still love them. It's just really frustrating to get like that far into a game and be like, okay, it's probably a good time for pacing to wrap this up. And they just keep going. Funny story, actually. I took an edible thinking I had to scale the dosage by weight. So I took 500 milligrams? Dude, how long were you high for? What the fuck? That's a crazy first time dose. My god. What was that like for you? Were you just completely destroyed for like a week? The whole night and part of the morning. I will never get tired of hearing people's stories about like their first time taking edibles and thinking either... I've never heard that you have to scale it with weight. But I do frequently hear like, oh, I didn't think that it was working, so I took another one. That's a classic. That's a classic one that I hear a lot. That I'm guilty of. It's easy. It's a really easy mistake to make. So, I'm not making too much fun. Whole night and part of the morning. But where too much is nothing extra, just cost. Yeah, I've never taken anything that big, so I don't have any experience with that, but the stories I've heard from people who have taken it are like, yeah, it basically didn't feel like I was coherent for like a few days. That is crazy, man. Maybe that's why you had a bad experience. Like, yeah, I don't really like edibles because I had a really bad experience one time. It's like, oh yeah, they just don't agree with you. No, I took 500 milligrams for the first time ever. It's like, oh, well maybe that's why. I was just staring at the wall for a long time because I couldn't move. Was that a scary experience for you? Because that sounds fucking terrifying. Just like not knowing what's going on with your body or your brain. Some people, no matter the dose, sleep even an hour and it's gone. Others 2 days later and they finally get sober. Yeah, I guess it does vary on person to person. Alright, how am I liking the pink trim? I think the pink trim is actually really nice. I'm gonna do more of that. I've never taken any more than like 15 milligrams. Because I got all of the stories of like, I took too much, and now I'm fucked. I read all of those. You know what, maybe I'll be responsible, I'll be careful, and I'm not gonna take more. Weirdly enough, as I got more experienced, I started having those, like, oh, I don't think it's working, let me take more. It wasn't like a naivety thing, it was, yeah, I think I'm building a tolerance. Spoiler alert. Wasn't. Managed to get a hold of my body again, and I called over my nephew and told him when I managed to get up that I needed him to walk me to bed. Well, that's very nice of your nephew to come help you. Yo, Quantum me boy! A 70 stream streak, holy shit. I think that is the longest surviving streak. That one's genuinely impressive. How you doing, brother? He walked over and held out his hand, and I'm like, no. You don't understand. That is so funny, man. I think I'm really liking this underneath area. I was gonna make it a little bit more like custom to like follow the tracks, but I think it's good like this. I'm really liking it. Is there anything else I forgot to do? I gotta move this power line. It's killing me. Your streak died last week? Oh, I'm sorry, crikey. Rest in peace. Rest in streak. I wish there were more... I wish there were more incentives for the streaks, because, like, as they are now, it feels like they're... It's cool. Like, Numby Go Up is pretty cool, don't get me wrong. But I wish I could attach custom incentives to them. Maybe that would make me like them more. Right now, it just feels like Twitch is like a gacha game. Like, I'll get your daily login. Get your daily login reward. Maybe if I actually make things for you guys to spend points on, that will feel different, though. Maybe that's a me problem. I slowly inched myself to the edge of the couch, stand up, and had to wait for my body to adjust because I felt like gravity wasn't real. Yeah. A pork bun was yearned for. Hopefully that does sound okay for you guys, because to me it sounds a little bit fucked up whenever that happens. It sounds a little bit crusty. There's a little bit crusty. Fix the pork bun. I did! I fixed it. yeah, it turns out that OBS doesn't really get along nicely with the codec settings that I was using. And, you're gonna laugh at me when I say this. The reason I didn't realize is because I tested it against a black background. And I never actually tested it against a background that wasn't black, so I thought it was transparent when it wasn't. But, yeah, I just ended up on Reddit and some people recommended some good codec settings that worked fine. Alright, let's figure out where to run power now. Because I feel like I could just run power like in here, along the entire building. And that would be perfectly fine. He's slowly walking me to the bed. My sister's laughing at me and asks why I'm having my nephew walk me to the bed. In my head, I wanted to say that I overestimated the dosage. But what came out was number too big. Well, that's not wrong. Number too big. That's really funny. I mean, the number was too big. Alright, I think up here is better. And then I can route to lights hanging there if I want, a little bit easier. Well, I can fully appreciate why you don't do that anymore then. Oh man, this is gonna feel so nice to have actual dedicated power running through this. It's been a long time coming. Just run it straight along the top of this whole thing. Excuse me. Thank you. Okay, and then I don't know where it's going from there. Because this place still isn't built, so there's no dedicated power running this way. But let's just get the interior of the building connected up to it. That'll be nice. Do I have... I guess there's tracks here, so this area doesn't really matter as much. But for routing power to lights and things, it's going to be a lot cleaner. I want to ask for a frame of reference because he has experience with edibles. What I said was, on a scale of nothing to I'm dead, where am I? Well, it's really funny because, like, asking someone how high you are when they're sober and your world is melting around you is, like, completely ineffectual, but I'm sure that did not occur to you at the time. Because to everyone else, you just look like a normal person, but it's melting. I get it. Well, while I fully understand that you wouldn't ever want to try it again, if you do, definitely start with a smaller dose. Like 2.5 milligrams is probably enough to start you out. Not 500. And, yeah, make sure you're in, like, a good environment. where you don't have anything to do. Maybe you have some nice music to listen to. That's usually how I go about it. I make sure I have nothing of note to do for the day. I've got some nice comfy music. I just sit down and vibe. I let the vibes carry me. Alright, live line all the way to the end. That's very nice. Let me see if I can find a good way to install some lights. Like right here. So that they shine outwards. Like down onto that. Said that he was going to turn off the light, and mentally I'm thinking, why is he telling me this? I don't need a light. Then it went dark and I thought, okay, maybe I actually do need it. No matter how far I scooted against the bed frame, I still felt like I was on the edge of the bed. So I just laid there and still had somewhat profound thoughts. Why are you telling me this? I don't need to know this. Now let's try that for light frequency. That sounds like a very interesting time you had. Did you have any particularly profound thoughts that you still remember to this day? And realize that they were, like, actually profound? Most of the time, high thoughts are not actually that profound. They're just... You just think everything is way more interesting than it is. Okay, that's very bright. Definitely gonna have to tone down the lights a little bit. Plus maybe angle them. Dude, you're yearning for a pork bun? I'm yearning for a pork bun right now. That sounds tasty.
The number of followers has just increased by 1. You must be doing something right.
Beastie TV, thank you for the follow. I feel like I'm doing something right now. Here. I don't actually need this power cable anymore. Finally get rid of it. And then I'm gonna get a light control switch at the beginning of this bridge. You try and fuck up the lights. My pop-up was awesome? Thanks! I made it myself. It was quite the pain in the ass to put together, so I'm glad you like it. I guess I could have a light control panel right here. But I like this little office cubicle that I've made. Maybe we can just shove one in there. Like... You can put this to the side. That's fine, actually. That's fine where it is. Because I'll get a more permanent home later. But for now, this works. Where is it? There's that. And then we'll send it back out right over here to be able to control these a little bit better. Children and people on drugs have an easier time accepting the reality or
It's
other
just a
dimensions because they
hallway,
lack
but what a
attachment to the laws of
magnificent
our
hallway
reality.
it is.
Whoa, a hallway. Beastie, thank you for the sub. The tier 1 sub. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah. Actually, I mean, when I was saying that, it kind of makes me wonder, maybe we're just kind of dulled as we, get more accustomed to reality. So you kind of did echo that. Kind of did echo that. Maybe it's less that those high thoughts are actually inconsequential, and just that our regular experience of reality is a lot less interesting because of our lived experiences. Because, you know, kids do have that kind of wonder. You know, it just gives you a little bit of that window into the wonder. A wonder window, if you will. Not gonna lie, I've always wanted to try some of those experiences, but my company has a very strict policy on any substance, even recreational, and I'm kind of afraid of getting into any trouble. Yeah, I completely understand. On one hand, I get them having the strict policy, but it's really unfortunate that you, like, potentially lose out on that, especially not even just for recreational use, but, like, purely if you need it for, like, medicinal reasons. Like, if it can help you de-stress or if it helps with pain, it really sucks that there are still those strict limitations in place in a lot of companies. It is, yeah, definitely not worth, like, for the company to take that risk. Especially, you know, if you do fuck up and take too much, then that's kind of just like you're making a potential problem for your company. So then the zero tolerance policy makes sense. But for people who know what they're doing and know what their limits are, or are honestly just not even using it for like psychoactive purposes, and they use it as medicine, it's a little frustrating that they get shafted by that, like by not being able to use that for themselves. Are those edibles addictive? Depends on if you have an addictive personality. I don't think there's anything like implicitly addictive about them, like compared to some other harder substances. But yeah, I mean, like it just depends on a lot of things. If you have an addictive personality, they definitely can be. Just like a lot of other things. Let's say just if you're able to exercise restraint with things, like, you know, it's the same as having an alcoholic drink. Same as just having a beer. If you're able to just have one, then that's fine. If you're the kind of person who literally cannot control yourself around that, then yeah, that's a problem. Probably don't want to put yourself in that situation to begin with. First time I tried shrooms was awesome. I was hanging out with my wife's old dog and we were just staring off at the trees and watching the squirrels go about their business. Felt super connected. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, those moments are, I think, what make it special. Like, not the like party hardy moments, but the ones where you feel really deep and connected with something or someone or nature. The first time that I did shrooms, I was just hanging out with some friends and we were just playing, what were we playing? I think we were playing Call of Duty Zombies. And it was one of the last times that I played games in like couch co-op. Like I was actually there with them and it was so much fun. We had so much fucking fun. We got asked to be quiet because we were just so raucously loud. We didn't realize it. But that night was amazing. It really does make you feel very connected with what you're doing and with like the people around you. And that made it a better experience. But I've also heard of some very bad trip experiences with that, so depends on where you are for sure. State over 21 is legal for recreational. My medical need has a lower cost to buy recreational versus medical. So as long as I don't have a federal contract, it's the fight I'm willing to take. Well, good for you. That, yeah, and it's those kinds of bits of friction on a personal level that will eventually maybe make those restrictions soften for everybody. Which is good, because it's still, like, relatively new in a lot of places. In some places, it's not even, in the US at least, it's not federally legal. It's only legal, like, on a state-by-state basis. So, there's still a lot to be done to, like, make things better for both recreational and medical need. Take on drugs is totally the opposite. What is your take on drugs, Johannes? Psychologically, anything can be addicted. Perfect example on screen. Yeah. That I'm addicted to trains. My name is Jeezy, and I'm addicted to trains. I've been addicted to trains for as long as I can remember, and sometimes I just lose myself in the moment, and all I can think about is trains. It's been really debilitating for me. Yeah, anything, honestly. Anything at all can be very addictive. Okay, definitely getting light in here. It might be too much. Let's try and turn these down a little. Hi, by the way. Just coming out of lurk for that reply. Hi, Feldy. Drug bad. Plain and simple. I'm not addicted to Satisfactory. You are. Okay. Yeah. That'll hold up in court. I think it's a little more nuanced than that, but if you feel like you can live your best life without any sort of chemical alteration, then that is great, and I'm very happy for you. That's still a lot of light. Maybe I don't need the central, maybe I don't actually need these lights if I just light these things adequately, because this looks really good with the backlighting. I don't think this needs anything else. I also don't think that the light settings are actually working, like when I change them. Don't see much positive in drugs. Only ever did hard stuff, though. I don't know. So you like, you don't drink either? Or is it just like a full no nothing? You just raw dogging reality. Okay, that's a bit better. So like the minimum amount of light and only 2 lights I think is good. Long part of life I didn't need it. Things happen, people change with time, and things happening. Yeah, I mean, if it's something that you need, for sure, like, absolutely no judgment. I mean, even if it's just something that you want to do, no judgment. But, like, especially if it's a medical necessity for you. Hey, Styler, what's up? Hello, how's it going? I see the factory is growing beautifully. Yes, the factory is growing. Absolutely. We're working on a little bit more infrastructure in the middle of the building so that it's more walkable and just a little bit more, you know, I guess I could say realistic. If that scale ticked up by like One little nudge. Weed is the only viable drug. It shuts up that inner critic and lets my artist loose. Yeah. Yeah, for pure creativity, there's not really much else that, like, gets the juices flowing. I guess it's kind of like that. It reduces those inhibitions. It lets you see the world through a more childlike perspective, like we were talking about earlier. And I think that's really necessary to appreciate a lot of art. And just to let those ideas flow. Because some ideas don't even make it out of my head because I'm judging them before they even like appear. So stopping that and just letting them kind of naturally occur is very helpful. It's very helpful. So I completely get that. Once a year, maybe on Christmas. Okay. Agree on hard drugs, some things that are physically addictive, and mostly taken by people to escape a bad situation. That too can lead to a very bad outcome. Yeah, hard drugs, no. No, no, no. I don't know how, like, actual real this is, but I'm always reminded of a Reddit post of a guy that tried heroin just to see if he could do it and then, like, get himself off of it, and that ruined his entire fucking life. So, like, absolutely not. There are some things that are just, no, that's not even on the list of things that you should ever be trying. Definitely fucking not. Don't do drugs nor drink, mainly for personal conviction more than anything, but I understand the medical use of them. That's good. If you can, yeah, keep yourself from, you know, falling into that. Preferable to use weed as a pain reliever than morphine in tiny doses. Well, yeah, the thing is, what a lot of people might not know is that there is a non-psychoactive form of what is, like, colloquially known as weed. So there's, I'm forgetting the exact word for it, but suffice it to say there is a non-psychoactive form that you can take that is, like, very good for relieving pain and nausea. In, like, cancer patients. And that is something that can still show up on a test that you would normally be testing, like, for the psychoactive variant. So when I say that it's very unfortunate that a lot of companies have regulations on what you can and can't use, because it will still show up. It shows up for a really long time in, like, hair samples. Like, if your company were to do a drug test on you after you were taking something for purely medicinal purposes that has no psychoactive side effects, they would still be able to, like, legally fire you. And it's super fucked up that that's still in place, because it really truly does help some people. And the fact that they can't get it, they can't use it, because their company doesn't want their company doesn't want to hire druggies, is, like, that's a little silly. That's not a little silly, it's very silly. Use those drugs under medical control is the correct way to use them. Yeah, just don't, you know, don't abuse them. Just don't abuse them and everything is good. I don't know, it just feels like it shouldn't be like a global limitation for everybody based on the fact that some people are, yes, going to abuse it. It really sucks. Ooh, I like this extra little bit of trim. I think that looks really nice. Go down the line. One more decoration to add to the books. But I'm hoping, like, as it becomes more normalized, it will probably become less like that. It'll probably become less like that. And people who need it will be able to get access to it. Even booze I really dislike. That's because the abuse cases are very high where I come from. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with just living a sober life. But even not speaking about, like, medical uses, sometimes life's just really fucking hard to handle. Sometimes it's really fucking hard to handle. And that kind of escapism is, you know, it's not good all the time. But being able to just dissociate from reality for a little bit can be helpful. Looks like we got some ads coming up in about 20 seconds, y'all. Just be aware. Portugal is cool. They decriminalized all use and have places you can go to do your drugs. While there, you can also choose to talk to a therapist and get your stuff tested. That's sick. I love that. I feel like that's honestly the best way to, like, reduce the abuse cases, is just to kind of normalize it and give people safe places to use it. Not for everything, of course. Like, there is still a limit. Don't be giving people heroin. I think, though, that there should just be, like, less of a stigma against drugs in general. And that a lot of the stuff should be decriminalized. Like, nobody should go to fucking prison for... Okay, for distributing heroin, yes. For just using it and, like, being in possession of it, absolutely fucking not. Put that person in rehab so they can get help. Don't put them in prison. Don't put them in jail. Like, that's so fucked up. That literally just creates a negative feedback loop as well. Like, when they come out and their life is all fucked, what do you think they're gonna do? You think they're just gonna get themselves clean? Absolutely not. I don't know, I feel like there just needs to be more discussions about it in good faith with regards to, like, making sure people are healthy and taken care of. And, like, favoring, you know, favoring humanity, just keeping people healthy and safe. Rather than, oh, those filthy druggies. But there's so many people of, like, an older generation who that conversation just doesn't really fly with. It's like a non-starter. It's really sad because it does end up affecting people. It ends up affecting people's lives very negatively when they get stuck in that cycle. And maybe for, like, one reason or another, they ended up there and they just can't get out of it. We're all just humans. Most time users just need help in one way or another. Yeah. Everybody just needs, like, a little bit of help, and maybe that comes in the form of tough love. You know, intervention or, like, rehab. Whatever the case is. But still, the end goal should be that that person gets better. Not that that person is punished. It's that's the root of it. Is the difference between wanting someone to be punished and between wanting to help see someone improve. Like, I think a lot of people just want to see people get punished for stuff. That's really fucked up to me. Okay, this is looking good. Let's do this everywhere. Let's just blueprint it, actually. Because I don't want to have to do this 100 times. Bonus is it removes it from the streets and parks. Seeing needles and crap while out hiking is so sucky. Yeah. Seeing that, I hate that. Yeah, get that stuff out of public spaces. I just hate seeing any fucking thing on the ground. Like that, but also, if I'm out and I see just like litter floating around, I'm like, okay. That could have been from a dumpster or something that just like blew over here, but also, I know what people are like. And I know that they just litter. I know they just toss shit on the ground. Like the world is your garbage can. Like, bitch, no, it's not. It feels so incredibly disrespectful to just like toss shit on the ground and leave it behind. Feels very, very self-centered to do that. Like you're more important than the person who's gonna come and clean it up after you. General shitty human behavior. And the worst part is, it's not even that hard to just hold on to your garbage until you, like, get to a place where you can throw it away. It's not that hard. Ooh, this one is a little bit weird. Okay, this one's weirdly designed. It has that upper thing. You might have to do that one custom then. But I'll get these pieces down to begin with. Because it looks nice. Let me turn the lights on as well. Sorry, I realize I'm building in the dark. Hopefully it's not too bothersome. I know sometimes it can be a bit of a strain on the eyes, but I just forget that I'm doing it. Oh, this is really nice actually to have these little bits like branching off. And I am gonna have to figure out how to connect those train tracks up in a good way, but I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I don't really know. Missing quartz crystal. Really? Okay. I think I have some containers of quartz over here. Let's go check. Do I have some little boxes? I do have a few boxes. What's in these boxes? Ah, quartz. I have quartz motors and concrete. Okay. It was mostly quartz, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm getting the bug. These shouldn't cost quartz at all. I didn't actually report that. I forgot to report that. I guess there's a bug with the quick blueprinter mod where the temp blueprint, every time you make it, it just like stacks up cost from previous prints. Because there's nothing in this that should cost quartz. But it does anyway. Hey GZ and people, I'm leaving for today. See you next day. Alright, Monskeen. Thanks for hanging around, brother. You have a nice one as well. Shall see you later. Alright, do I have a blueprint for this upper section? I don't think so. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. There we go. And this one's almost the way that I want it. It's close enough. Probably don't need to re-blueprint this one. Oh yeah, beam's already here. Alright, how's this looking from below? I haven't looked at it from down here yet. Pretty good. I like it. It's a lot more busy. Got a lot more things going on. Hey, voice. What's going on, dude? How the heck are ya? Sorry for swearing. I don't know how I ended up on this autoplay. Alright, couple more of these. Oh wait, that actually might be the last one. It might be. Potty mouth? I know, I'm trying to work on it. Sometimes I just can't heckin' help myself. Oh. Shoot, there it goes again. Ah. Dang. See? It's hard. I'm trying though. Trying to be better. Surely I have one of these pillars going all the way to the top, and I can just blueprint it. Which one is it? I jump around this place so much that I don't know where I have completed pieces at, and where I haven't actually done it all the way up yet. That one maybe... This one's pretty close. At the very least, I could get up to this floor. Okay, so I already have a print for that. We can do a print for this. Starting there. Nope, don't print the elevator, because I'm pretty sure that's going to blow up. Also, did I have beams going up that? I did. I'm loving the road blueprints. Hell yeah. I'm very happy. How's your progress going? I haven't been able to stop by. But I'm very happy to hear you're liking them. I've had a lot of people tell me that they're getting good use out of them with the 1.2 experimental. Or are excited for them to push that to stable so that they can start getting use out of them. That's a very good feeling. Feels like I dropped them at a good time. Can I just do this all the way up through this floor? Yeah, why not? If it's completed, I can. If it's completed and if the beams don't stretch up. Can't wait for that? Yeah, me neither. Because then I can actually go back to the basement of this building and, like, finish it up. Right now, it feels like I'm just waiting. Because I could set up my trucks to path now, but once I know what's coming, there's really no point. Feels like I should just wait. Upon suggestion from a chatter, I'm going to try compacted coal for my power plant. Oh, okay. Nice. Is that going to be... Is that going to be your second power plant of that save? Or are you going to retrofit the one you already have? Oh, hello? That was close. Oh, let me make sure to grab the floor holes. I need those. Really going all the way down this far? I guess I am. Okay, then I'll grab these floor holes too. And what else do I need to grab here? 8-gen coal plant, but I want to expand it to 32 and also move it. It ended up being directly in my highway and it's not working out. Okay. You're gonna move it and also change it to compacted coal. Gotcha. Sounds good. Sounds pretty cool. Damn, is this side's not actually finished. Well, it'll still save me a decent chunk of work. I might not be able to use the temp blueprint feature though, because I think it's going to be too expensive to actually build. I'm really glad I'm glad you're sticking to it. Your save, that is. Because I know prior you were having some difficulties, like, continuing past a certain point. So I'm super happy to hear that you're still playing. Okay, I got those. I got these ones. I think I just need the ones one floor up and then I'm good. These ones actually just flow straight up. Okay, hopefully that's everything. Grab these floor holes. Yes, there we go. Only have one impure sulfur node right now, though. Ah, I see. Another one way up on a cliff that I may try to connect. I think I know the one. I think that's where I made my, what is it? Powdered, whatever you need for weapons. I think I know the sulfur node that you're talking about. It's up by the crater lakes. Okay, I guess we'll just name this manually. I would like for it to be a temp blueprint because it's not really done yet. But, I think that thing is a little buggy, so we're not going to use that. Okay, let's line this thing up. Nice, looks like it is lined up. I guess there is a little bit in the way right here. Should probably delete that first. Yeah, I was designing this side very differently. Okay. Speaking of floor holes, I learned they can't go through multiple foundations. Yep, they'll only go through 4 meter at most. So you do need a bit of a gap in between them if you want to go through multiple. Okay, aligned again. Good. Nothing in the way up here this time. I mean, the power, but who cares? Other than that, nothing. Beautiful. Except for that. What's going on there? It's not like that at the other ones, is it? That feels like it's not high up enough. Oh, it's definitely too low down. I see what happened. Oh, you see what happened. Trying to drop them through a road that was 5 meters thick. Ended up having 2 1-meter holes with a lift between, fully clipped within the foundations. Yeah, so just some tasteful clipping. That sounds perfect. I could go for some tasteful clipping right now. Okay, there we go. Now I just need to manually connect them. That was the problem. Oh, and I guess I never built this little hallway. I thought I blueprinted this at one point. I did. I love having blueprinted that at one point. So nice. Lovely. And then I can toss me elevator down. Oh yeah, I need something underneath it, don't I? I'll do it over here. It was floating over there. Not that big of a deal to just toss one of these down beneath it, though. It's gonna be all the way up. The building's still too tall for it, unfortunately. But we make do. It's a shame there's a height limit on elevators in vanilla, and it's not even that tall. Like, imagine if you were trying to climb a very tall skyscraper in real life, you were trying to get to the top, and they were like, oops, sorry, yeah, you have to get out of this elevator and take another elevator to get the rest of the way. Instead of just putting it all in one elevator. Also trying to come up with a clean way to get power from outside into the road maintenance tunnels. Without, like, seeing the connection on the outside, you mean? I mean, the best way would just be to, like, have a single power connector at one end. I mean, you could beautify it a little bit. Getting from the plant on the ground up to the elevated highway. Oh, yeah, I guess your road is very high. For elevator height, you actually do have to switch elevators in the tallest buildings? You do? Really? Huh. I guess that's more realistic then. I'm still gonna complain about it. This is a video game. I shouldn't have to be bound to the laws. The laws of physics. I wonder why that is. If that's like an engineering limitation. Like they can't have a connected shaft all the way up. It'll get like sheared. That floor hole's not in the right spot, is it? Oh yeah, this is the weird fucked up height area. Where, I might have to have, like, some stairs leading up from here. Oh, this actually isn't that bad. Yeah, material limits. Okay, fair enough. Fine. There's a window for me to grab. Damn it, you're gonna make me open my build menu. Oh, there was one right there. It was just so clean I couldn't see it. Okay, but still let's make it up to the buffer area pretty easily. It's kind of nice. Shaft. Interior limits, and probably also the fact that imagine how many stops you'd have to make if the elevators went up 150 floor and you had to stop every 10 floors. I feel like you could just add more elevators. But no, you're right. You're right. Because every floor also adds more people per floor that are probably either living or working there. Nah, okay, you're right. Wow. Way to ruin my perfectly thought out, definitely perfectly thought out critique of elevator height in this game with your facts and logic. For a lot of my power outside of factories, I have a blueprint with a power connector and a beam connector. I just clip it into the environment to where it's barely visible and connect it. I think in Voice's case, his problem might be that his roads are very, very high in the sky. You could just run it up the supports. Like, run it up one of the supports. You could even run it up the middle of the support and it would be completely hidden by the beams on the inside. So why are those, like, right there? Feels like they should be longer. Oh, that's interesting. I think floor holes place as 1 meter holes by default if they're a part of a blueprint. Because this wouldn't work with the type of floor that I want for this. So having them as part of the blueprint is not a good idea. Okay. I see. I understand. But I also don't really need them right here. Because I don't think I need any materials coming up this side. This could be just elevator. Just a people elevator. Yeah, because where's the first place that I actually need items coming up? Is they're going to come down right here, then around, then flow into the compressor line. So I guess the first one that I need them coming up could be right here, but... Actually, yeah, it probably should be right here. Because right here feeds this side, here feeds that side, and here feeds that side, so that there doesn't have to be one in that wall. So I guess I do need items coming up this one. Nice to play off stream sometimes, so I don't have brain split between game and chat. Yeah, that can be nice. That can be nice. Sometimes I do like a little bit of off stream, just solo gaming for that reason. It helps the brain power, for sure. There's benefits to both. I like not having the pressure. Sometimes, though, while I am streaming, the just, like, open-ended gab sesh that this stream becomes helps me, not think so much about what I'm doing. And it does help me kind of just, like, enter the flow state, which is really nice. Okay, so how did I do this side? I really like this room right here with the train. Did this get blueprinted? No. It's basically just straight up white foundation after that. Oh, it was over there too, as an example. Where'd this cardboard box come from? And where'd Brett go? Yeah, so I was gonna have to partially redesign the train stations, I think, to fit with this. That's okay. Oh, that's supposed to stick out a little bit. Okay. Makes sense. Benefits of chat for sure. I got a guy who jacked up all the new difficulties to max, so that's fun to hear about his pain. I've been hearing a lot of that, yeah, about the new difficulty sliders. I heard about someone who was having a struggle with lowering all of them down as well, which is something I didn't anticipate, but apparently once you begin dealing with byproducts, you can, like, some recipes don't really become viable because that byproduct now also needs to be processed. Like, you know, if your inputs are very low and your outputs are still very high, and you try and deal with those byproducts, like polymer for something, you have to process that polymer in, like, so many more machines. So that ends up being a challenge in and of itself. It's not just less items required is easier, more items required is harder. There actually is, like, a gradient there, where both of them pose their own unique challenges now. Which is cool. I'm glad that people are having some fun experiences with the new modes. Those masochists. Okay, and how far does this one go over? To right here. He's clear-cutting the map to feed his 30-gen biofuel plant and needs to make 5,000 smart plating for phase 1. Oh yeah, so I guess before you get to the point where you can do coal, you are still just subject to biofuel rules, and you have to do that throughout the entirety of phase 1. And even if you're just making smart plating, you know, to fucking make 10 times the normal amount, that's crazy. That's gonna put a whole new perspective on getting rid of biofuel to get to the coal section of the game for him. He's gonna have a newfound appreciation for that. Now that one's sticking out a little bit. He was bragging that he can clear phase 1 in 2 hours normally. So he got what he asked for. Yeah, I guess he did. I suppose he did. That's crazy. I could never. 2 hours? I wonder, actually. I wonder how quickly I could clear the first phase. Probably a lot more quickly now that I know there's like a lot of worthwhile stuff to get to past the first phase. Like before I got the hover pack, I didn't really see what all the hype was about, but now that I have it, I don't, you know, there's a point where you can't play without it. I'd be a lot more inclined to want to reach that point more quickly. Sounds to be like really unfun difficulty. Yeah, it definitely adds grind. Like I could see it being a goal in the later stages, but early on you have to deal with so much shit. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to spend all my time clear-cutting biofuel. But hey, someone does. This guy's proving that someone does. Never thought of looking for satisfactory speedruns? Yeah, me neither. It feels kind of antithetical to the way that I play the game. It would definitely be hard to appreciate. Let's close this off. Does that feel better? I think that does feel better, actually. Oh yeah, I like that. Oh wait, why is this inset into the quarter pipe? When I didn't know that I was accidentally doing that. That's why that one's weird. Love that white and black arch. Yeah, I think I like it too. It saves a lot of decorating time if I just do like pure coated concrete in a fun shape. Oh, because I was doing it inside on a beam. Okay, I don't really want to do it on a beam. I don't really want to do that. Just not for me? Yeah, me neither. I like taking my time. I don't like taking that much time. Okay, which direction is this supposed to go? Supposed to go... Yeah, like that. Also, there's something weird about this piece. Oh, I see. Because I placed it against that, and that one is already nudged. So the other side's probably weird too, isn't it? Yes, it is. Hey, Tuketsi. Hi again. I came to seek advice again. I'm making aluminum and the bauxite is on like a really big cliff and I have to transport it down. How would I do that? Well, you could use a big belt lift. I remember you said that you were unsure whether you wanted to use trains. You could use a really big belt lift, or you could build a train track that comes down the cliff at a gentle angle. If you're just looking to transport the one node, and you're still hesitant about using trains, I would probably just build some kind of infrastructure down the cliff with some conveyor lifts and drag it down from there. Would be my answer. I really like a big belt lift. I think they're quite nice. Shiny coated concrete looks so good. Yeah, it does. I love the reflections. Although, I'm kind of now... Oh, I think that's reverse of what I wanted. Wait, was it? I actually don't know. I don't remember what it looked like. I really want the rain from 1.2. Because that slicked effect on the concrete was so good. Was so good. Alright, we'll try. Thanks. Yeah. Your factory is looking really good now? Thank you. Thank you. I hope you find that that solution works for you. Why is this still like this? It's still sticking into the wall. I guess the default placement spot of the portrait sign is just a little weird. Maybe. Doing it right now. Only problem is I don't have the jetpack or hover pack, so it will take longer. You don't have the jetpack? And you're working on aluminum? You should definitely have the jetpack. I would recommend going and getting that first. If you don't have that, yeah. I know you don't always have the hover pack before you have aluminum. I kind of moseyed my way on through to get the hover pack early. But you should definitely have the jetpack. That's gonna help you a lot. I've been editing the road blueprints a bit. Really helps me to have a base to work off. Good. That's perfect. That's one of the intended uses. Was just to give you a nice clean base to work off if you want to. I could, but I'm just gonna skip it, I think. I'll manage. Okay. Fair enough. You want the self-imposed challenge. I mean, in that case, you could just build yourself, like a big tower of ladders, or a big ramp out of, foundations to get up there. And then whatever you end up building, whether it's a ramp or a ladder, you could just run belts along it back down. Bing, bang, boom. You got a way up and a way to get the resources down. Boogie in. That looks uneven. I think because it is. I think because this one sticks in a little bit more. Yo, Trip. What's going on, gamer? How the heck are ya? Yo, Trip, you missed out on a banger Slay the Spire 2 run last night. Unless Kezig already bent your ear about it. I'm not sure if you heard. But he became a living vending machine and went infinite. At the Act 2 boss. It was really something. I just used the parachute because if you glide to the sides of the cliff, it makes you go upwards a lot for some reason. Ah, I see. Yes, so if you've discovered the parachute lifting, then I could see maybe not feeling like you need the jetpack. Parachute's definitely underrated. And it stays useful for a really long time, past when you might think it's otherwise outdated. But yeah, if you don't have any natural terrain to get up, or if you just want to like build into the sky a little bit, you could definitely benefit from having the jetpack. I think these are the wrong material. No? Ah, there we go. I know, I fell asleep at like 7 yesterday. Early night. Early night for a gamer. Well, I'm sorry to have missed you. Now, let's see if this looks any good. Slay Spire 2 is a really fun game. For some reason, I already have 40 hours in it. How much time do I have in it already? I feel like it's not quite 40 hours, but I am really having a good time with it. No, I only have 12 hours in. I've been doing like a run a day, though. That's about an hour. Hour per run. Dude, the addition of the multiplayer is so good. I love the multiplayer. I was very hesitant at first with how it would work, but I think they kind of nailed it. There's that little sticking out spot on the side. So does that actually contribute to the light of the room? A little bit. I do like it. Just not sure if it needs a little bit extra. You streamed Slay Spire 2 yesterday? No, I didn't stream it. I haven't been streaming it, I've just been playing it. I haven't gotten more than 5 hours of sleep at a time since like last week. Well, hopefully last night was, you're able to catch up on some of that. I'm not going to get a lot of sleep, I think, because I'll probably have many problems with my aluminum factory. Well, I do not wish that you have many problems with your aluminum factory. I think it's incredibly likely that you will. I know that aluminum is a place where many dreams go to die. And many logistics problems are born. Alright, that one starts down there at the floor level. So I can delete some of these windows and then just blueprint it up. I've actually been getting pretty regular good sleep like the past week, which is something that never happens. I've been endeavoring to actually go to bed at a reasonable time, I think is the reason. And it's helped a lot. It's helped my mood a lot. But it's also, it might just be like a feedback loop of actually going outside. And like getting sunshine in my day and exercise. Dude, it's crazy. I just like taking care of your body makes you feel better. Isn't that wild? We should tell people about this. Does anybody know that this is how it works? Crazy. I hope I won't because I did make a good plan for it. How many resources I need, what machines I need, so hopefully... Yeah, hopefully. I don't wish the aluminum problems on you. Have you ever done aluminum before, or is this your first time? Because I know there's a lot of problems with like first-time aluminum setuppers. when dealing with like the water and dealing with the fluids that are innate to aluminum and just the byproducts in general. Okay, that looks good. The factory must grow, yes! The factory must grow, rah! First time, so let's see. Okay. Well, I wish you the best of luck. This is, like I said before, not my literal first time doing aluminum, because I have a tiny little factory that I built just to learn the chain. But this is my first actual factory that makes aluminum. Like a building, not just a platform. So, I'm kind of right there with you. But I did make a solution for the water byproduct, making a lot of wet concrete, so that won't be a problem. Oh, nice. Okay. Good, good. Then you already have a solution in place. That was one of the common solutions that I saw, was just turning it into wet concrete. I'm doing a water recycling loop, which I don't know if it's going to work. I've already designed the blueprint for it and put it in place a bunch of places. I have not been able to test it because of the scale of this building. But I tested something similar. So, we'll see. I tested something similar in my, my, like, test factory. Only time will tell. There's gonna be a lot of troubleshooting of this place once I actually turn everything on, I think. I know, I don't think, I know. I was thinking about that too, but I was just too scared for my first time. Just seemed risky. Yeah, it's a lot more reliable if you just have something that you can sink it into, for sure. I was just curious. I was, can I do this in a way that looks good? It's kind of weird that the whole door is open. Just for this one path. I wanted to know how they worked, because I had heard about them. But I didn't actually know, like, how to make one. Priority water junction, anyway. They don't seem like they're that bad. But I've also only, like, made one work a single time, so I don't know. I don't know if I can say that yet. Then, of course, you just have generic fluid jank. I'm off for today. Alright, Johannes. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out today, brother. I hope that you have a good day. A good rest of your day. And a good Wednesday, because I won't be live tomorrow, so I will not see you. For I shall be doing many a thing. Many an important thing. Okay, that's looking good. Yeah, okay, going down makes it look weird, but going up looks perfectly fine. Good. For the train lovers, I'll be using a train to import the silica. That will be a thing of its own. I am a train lover. I do love trains. Yeah, it seems like with a lot of the loops, unless you eliminate it completely with alt recipes, you kind of just have to... You just have to get some silica importing. Mine's gonna be coming on right there. And right there. Both of them. Let's get the rest of these pillars in place. I actually feel like I'm kind of on a roll with putting these pillars down. I love that my title, the stream title, has been inaccurate for the entire day. It has been completely inaccurate for the entire day. Because I have not done that thing. Not even a little bit. That's okay. That's par for the course here, I feel. We do got ads coming up. And they almost snuck up on me. As I was waffling. Apper calculator for speed? All that for a train? I do actually. Let me think how I could share that, because I don't have an Imgur link to it. I might still have the post. I might still have the Reddit post. Let me check. I will take a look. Yes, I do. Oh, ads, okay. I'll keep that on pause. Yes, yes, ads. God damn the ads. I hate them. I hate them. Is this the one that I made? Wait, where was the blueprint that I, like, literally just made? Oh, it was only from this point upwards. Okay. Now you can? Yeah, here. There's, this is the one that I have. This is the one that's always helped me. I think in that post is also an explanation of how to use the chart. That guy is a legend. Fork to Fork, the guy who made that. That's the one that I used to troubleshoot my... there was one time that I had to transport a lot of stuff across my entire map for a fuel plant. Over here. And it worked very well. Nothing has had any throughput problems since. So hopefully that helps you. Is this no longer a blueprint? I guess it's not. Okay, that's the lower one. I guess I didn't save it. Or I did and I deleted it. I feel like I should be able to grab this as a blueprint, but I guess I can't. Okay. Hey, Mr. N6, are you using a mod for all your curves, or is it done the hard way? I'm using a mod. I am using a mod. For a good chunk of my curves, that is how I get them. It is the Curve Builder mod. I was trying to look for an example, but I guess I'll just build one. Lets you do fun stuff. Like this. Whee! Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. But wherever I can, I try and use the vanilla methods. Sometimes they just don't work for me. Like in the case of a way too big circle like these. Hello, why can you see your buildings on the map? Mod? That is the cartographer mod. Or cartograph. I never remember. So yeah, that lets you see buildings on the map. More specifically, railways. I really like it for railways. So you can see your little trains going along them. Look at them go. Look at them just chug it away. Yeah, it's a very good mod. I like that one a lot. It does take up system resources though. It's a little bit aggressive on the system resources. At least like on initial loading, initial save loading it can be. Okay, I guess I'll have to do the pillar below that by hand. Just hate it that I have to split the bauxite to 2 belts, because one was not enough. Because I don't have the Mark V yet. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Because, like, if you don't have the Mark V, then you're dealing with 480. There's probably 600 coming out. Did you have enough beltage to get it out with the Mark V? You have like a sheet that you found, the doggo brought you, or you found on a crash site? I like how interactive it makes the map feel. Yeah, me too. Like you can actually see. I thought that's how the map was for a while. Like before I started playing 1.0, I think I saw somebody using the interactive map, which this looks a lot like. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. They added that. That's something that I really would have wanted, but no. But thankfully, mods are here for us. It is a little bit weird sometimes. Like, it just won't show certain things. I don't know. Maybe that's my fault. Like, I messed with the filters and just didn't realize. But overall, yes, very good addition. Yo, Rice, what's up, brother? How you going? Is there a reason why you're using the silica recipe? Just, I don't know. I planned them out. So, I was going to use some alt recipes for this, but the alt recipes that I wanted to use would mean that I'd need more silica than the map could give me. So that was what I wanted to use. As far as why I'm using silica at all, I think it was just a production thing. Like, using silica produces you more aluminum than not using it, even though the production chain is much simpler. That's probably the answer you wanted. Yeah. Just more aluminum production overall. I wasn't looking to max it out, but it was like 2,000 extra ingots for the cost of just using the silica. Rather than just cutting it out entirely. I'm gonna do this a couple different places, so maybe I will just blueprint this. See, I thought I already did, but I guess I deleted it at one point. Or it got deleted, rather. Decided I'm going to use the GPU money and one of the GPUs to upgrade dumpster PC into a VR PC so I can have room scale VR again. Dude, that's so sick. Hell yeah. Are you gonna do, what are you thinking for your room scale setup? Are you gonna do like anything fancy? Like one of those that hangs from the ceiling so you don't have to fuck with a cord? Wait, don't I have one of these? I thought this was a blueprint. Hmm. No, I guess I don't. Wish I could just grab this. Frustrating that it doesn't let me grab it, even though it is supposed to be a part of the blueprint. Oh well. No use complaining about it. Won't change the outcome. I'm gonna use a couple of summer sloops to make more silica, to make things simpler. Oh yeah, I haven't thought about that. I usually try and avoid using summer sloops on me builds, unless it's something really, really significant. Like, I use them on my heavy modular frames. But yeah, I'm gonna need an entire silica factories for this to actually supply it. Just gonna be another whole project. And I'm probably gonna use the recipe that turns the silica into juice, which I also have not done. So that's gonna be a really fun additional massive project to do. I'd really like to get to the point where I can just turn this thing on though. With like a little bit of resource. That'd be really cool. And then I can keep adding as I see fit. I don't have to fuel the whole thing at once. Just curious. Production is much simpler without, but I'm sure you have it all planned out. Yeah. Yeah, I know. The production is a lot simpler if you just eliminate the need for silica completely. Yeah, I wanted a little bit more aluminum. Just because if I was going to use all of the bauxite, I think this ends up pushing me above 10,000 ingots. Was the threshold that I didn't reach without the silica. So that felt like a better number to me. Still completely arbitrary, probably won't end up using all of that, but it feels better. It feels better. Think I'm gonna get the hangers? I already have the valve index. Been browsing old parts and I figure I can do it for about 300. Yeah, nice. That was always one of the most annoying things with my old VR headset, when I actually had a good one, was the cords getting in the way. Like getting wrapped up in the cord during all of your movement. That is super cool though, dude. I'm glad you're turning it into something really fun. I mean, it's already exciting to have, like, found that stuff and it be in perfect working condition, but very cool. I would love to have a functioning VR headset again. I would absolutely love that. Honestly, if I just... I might be able to swing with the one that I currently have if I can figure out how to, like, actually connect it to my computer and run games off of it. And if I can get some new glasses. It might be time for me to get some new glasses, and I can get some smaller ones that actually let the headset fit on my head. And then I might be able to do something as well. Because I would love to do some VR stuff on stream. I would love to do more VR horror. I've done some VR horror in the past, and it's been really good. Is that a necessary piece? No, it's not. We can just do a ramp. I did a build in the swamp that used around 3,000 bauxite, and I didn't even use half of the aluminum I made. But I guess it depends on what you plan on using it all for. Yeah, I don't have any plans for what I'm using it for. I mean, I'm using a little bit of it for batteries and heat sinks, because this place is also going to make those. So I guess it's not entirely true that I don't have plans for it. But past that, I don't really plan anything. Like, I have a bunch of... I guess the benefit of the way that I'm building is I'm just going to have as much aluminum as I need for every other project, so that whenever that comes up, I won't need to worry about it. It's the same thing... Well, not exactly the same, because I didn't build on the same scale, but the steel... I just finished a steel plant that is producing way more than I would conceivably need. I'm sure that that's not actually true, and I'll get to the point where I do need more. But for now, I don't know what I'm going to spend that stuff on. I just like having it. I am hoarding wealth. I am a factory dragon sitting on my throne made of iron or steel pipes and aluminum casings. And that's good enough for me. And surely it will become useful at some point. Thinking about it last night, and I really should make something out of one of them. It seems like the best thing to do. Yeah. Yeah. Think you can get prescription VR lenses. New Valve VR headset looks cool. Really? You can get prescription VR lenses? That's really cool. That would be way better than having to shove my face in there with some glasses. That'd be way better. That is unfortunately not something I'm able to afford right now. I do have a Meta Quest 2, which is a dinky little piece of shit, honestly. But the main problem with it was that I just couldn't connect it to my computer, and that it didn't fit over my head because my glasses, and it's very small. So if I can fix those problems, then I can just use the headset that I already have. Should be really nice. Forgot to mention I'm going to be using the byproduct silica to supply the factory and hoping it won't break down. Yeah, well, if you're doing priority junctions for, like, it's not even a junction really, I guess that's for water. Priority mergers are a lot easier to utilize than priority water. It's very easy to set up, because you can literally just toggle which priority you want. You don't have to worry about fluid flowing the wrong way and messing everything up. That's not even a problem. Seen those two? They just clip on the headset. That's pretty sick. That is actually sick. Have there really been any, like, good VR games coming out? Because I know for a really long time it was the hype thing around the time that Half-Life Alyx released. And lately it just feels like I haven't seen any titles that are attempting to make use of VR. I know the hype has definitely died down around it, and it's more for, like, enthusiast use, but I'm wondering if anybody knows of anything. There are so many good VR games, they just don't get talked about. Oh, okay. So they kind of fly under the radar because VR is slipping more into an enthusiast space. I mean, it always kind of was, but now feels like even more so that there was like a big push for VR to become the big thing, and it kind of just didn't. Now it's not as like widely developed for, I guess. kind of just accepted that the headsets are going to be really expensive, and mostly who's playing them are like just a few people. VR specific streamer, and he plays tons and tons. Oh, cool. Okay. VR still feels like such a novelty. Not in a bad way. But like, do you know what I mean when I say that? Where it feels like it's difficult to like fully immerse myself into, even though that's the point of it. Because the peripheral of mouse and keyboard just makes like so much sense. You know? Whereas VR, it feels like there's still a lot of problems that they're trying to solve. And then there's the whole, you have to wear the headset for like a long period of time and it gets uncomfortable. And sweaty and gross. It just feels like something, it's almost like a party favor to do VR stuff. Like it's something that I would love to have the ability to do every once in a while. But to do that regularly would be a lot. VR is so outside the scope of what I can afford or would have room to actually use at home. Yeah. I haven't looked in the actual games aside from the big ones. I've heard of like Alex and Beat Saber. Yeah, Alex is really good. I think that's the only full-length VR game that I've played, and it's definitely, it's worth it. If you like want to have a full-length VR experience, I would say it's very good. I think it plays with all of the fun VR stuff that you would want it to. It like covers all its bases. There's really actually satisfying combat. There's like good horror. And then it doesn't overstay its welcome, and it's done. So it is actually really solid. And then Beat Saber is a fucking classic. Absolutely. That's what I want to play. I want to get back to playing Beat Saber. That game is so good. But it's not good if you don't have custom maps. It is the most disappointing thing imaginable if you don't have custom maps. Dortimer, the creator of Satisfactory VR mod. Oh yeah, there's a Satisfactory VR mod. He's an enthusiast and only plays Factory in VR. Plays Factory. I know exactly what you mean, but that still makes me laugh. I can probably actually play in VR now with the 4070. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, that would be really fun. Seeing the factory come to life in VR. Just getting to walk around. Yeah, I mean, sometimes those controls, they do translate well. Like, I don't really want to play No Man's Sky outside of VR now, because it just felt so good to play in VR that I'm like, this is the way that it was meant to be played. Very difficult to enjoy it any other way now. Little gap. I lost 50 pounds playing Beat Saber. That's why I want it. It's great exercise. Oh yeah, I was saying earlier today, going to the climbing gym was one of the only things that I've ever found that's exercise that doesn't feel like it. Beat Saber's another one that does not feel like exercise. It's just so much fun. I could spend hours playing that if, you know, I was in shape enough to do so. Absolutely love that game. Again, it's such a good, like, flow state rhythm with it when you start to learn a map. I got it running once on the 3080, but it was a struggle. From what I did see, it was fucking mind-blowing. Yeah, it is. Once you get, like, a good track list going as well. I'm sure there is even more of them now. Before, last time I played, it felt like it was difficult to get a lot of the songs that you might want to, like, play. Just because, you know, it was still kind of, like, new. But it's not that way anymore. It's been a long time. People have probably made any sort of track that you could want for that game. Is this actually going to have items? These ones are not going to have items, no. Just elevator. Simply elevator. Oh, factory, yeah. Like 500 custom songs in Beat Saber. But I might have to look into that. The one that I have has just been sitting in a box in my closet, like, forgotten about. To dust him off. Been collecting them for years. I had Beat Saber when it was only on Oculus. Yeah, me too. Not the collecting part, but I had it when it was on Oculus part. Wait, why is this one so tall? Oh, that's not actually part of it. Yeah. So I might have to actually design, like, an elevator connection here. Where you, like, get out and take a different elevator. I guess this would be the best place to do it. It's a little weird. Because I didn't really consider that with the design of the building. Went back and checked and I was sad. I used to hold many #1 spots. They've all been overtaken. Ah, fuck. Who took them? It's been a while since I played and I don't want to smash anything in my PC room. Yeah. I feel like I have just enough space in my current room to Beat Saber. I've Beat Sabered in smaller spaces than this. I could definitely. But I wouldn't be able to play, like, anything, you know, anything else. Probably. I don't know if I'd be able to stream it from the space that I have. My old apartment, my PC was in the living room, so I had a huge space. I wonder how affordable those, like, extra little bits of VR tech are. Like the track that you walk on to, like, keep you in place, and the harness that you wear. I wonder when that's going to be consumer ready. You know, it's still going to be enthusiast for sure, but that would be sick. Once they iron out the kinks on that thing. Are you sure that's enough money signs? Yeah, I know. It's gotta be expensive. But to experience full bore VR, there's like the final horizon. Well, maybe not even. Maybe like full haptic feedback suit on top of that might be the final horizon. I want to experience that tank sim. The tank sim? I don't know what you're talking about. Is it like a very realistic tank simulator? I'm looking for the short? Okay. There's something very therapeutic about just running power lines through the factory. Especially after not having dedicated spaces for them for so long. I'm still gonna have to find a way to get these down, though. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm gonna have to think about this very differently. Well, I'll just do this for now. Because I'm gonna need possibly a complete power redo for what I want to do. Hey, Barra Brava. When I look at what I'm building, it seems to me that I look like a child in a sandbox, and you look like Leonardo da Vinci or Michelangelo. I must say I've never been compared to either of those people, but hey, I'll take it. You know what? Both of those people probably started as a child in a sandbox somewhere, sculpting. That's very kind of you to say. I will take the praise and allow it to engorge my ego even further. You guys gotta be careful. I'm still pretty humble, but if you're not careful, that's gonna change. I was never gonna play this game, but a friend of mine recommended this, and let's just say I'm happy, and it is consuming my life, but the factory must grow. I'm really glad that you listened to your friend and decided to play the game. Because it is a beautiful, beautiful game that, yes, will consume your life, but it's still very worthwhile, I think. In the Discord? Okay. We'll check it out in a second. There's something in the back of my mind that's still yelling at me not to alt-tab, but I'm pretty sure I fixed it. Which one of these is a blueprint? Let's be this one. I would pay money to play this. I have paid money to play this. Oh, you mean the tank thing? I thought you... Yeah. The hell is my thing? Yeah, for a second I'm like, you'd pay money to play Satisfactory? Like, oh, I already did. Alright. Let me check it out. Let me check out what you're talking about. We'll also see if I can actually watch a YouTube video on stream, because before that was also a problem. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's a lot smoother. Dude, okay, so the hardware acceleration on OBS was what was fucking me. Because this is smooth now. Did he, hold on, did he just like fall into it? Yeah, he did. Holy shit. Just loading 2 liters in there. Oh, and it like spins the shell and launches it back out? Brother. That's so fucking cool. Does the guy's pants just fall down from how insane this is? Where is this? Is this something that you can pay for? Or is this just some, like, passion project? They do not know how to handle it. This is so funny to me. Oh, is this like an advertisement for whatever this is? Whatever game this is? Load up the Pepsi. It's really funny to watch that, to see like how real people would react in that situation. Like they're falling all over each other. Their fucking pants are falling down. Haptically inclined gamers. Yeah, that is the next step. I said treadmill that takes into account your steps and auto corrects for your direction is the final frontier, but that might be pretty close to the actual final frontier of VR. Wonder what happens when they get hit. You think they actually explode? Think they programmed that into the tank? Checking out this guy, you should check out their other rig that they have with the jets. They have another one with jets? I'll check it out. I'll take a look at it later. That sim is wild. Yeah. I'm still really curious if that's like something that's available to the public, or if that's something that they just have built, have in like a garage somewhere. If so, that's a lot more impressive. Yeah, we just built a fully functional tank sim in our garage. Omnidirectional treadmill is still really cool, though. It is still really cool, though. I feel like that's a lot more usable for everyday VR. Whereas the tank would be cool, but you just do that once. You're not like, oh, honey, I'm going to load up the tank sim today. If you had, and you know, if you had it in your garage, maybe you would. Maybe you would just be like, I'm loading up the tank sim today. We're getting on tank sim with the boys, and we're all gonna fucking get noise complaints from our neighbors. It's like a full-on flight. Full-on flight sim with rockets attached to the back of 6-axis seat. 5-point harness and everything. So it like flips you the fuck upside down. Rockets hanging off the back of the chair actually shoot fire out of them. Thank God. That sounds fucking wild. I felt the power of that sim just by watching it. That tank sim. Like, I almost felt like I was in it. Really made me feel like I was in a simulation of a tank. Go. We're getting a lot closer on these pillars down here. It's taken a while to get all of them in place because of iterations and blueprinting and stuff, but we're getting close. Almost just lost power from my main grid because two belts were not connected. Did they just look like they were connected? They sneakily were not. Sneaky little belts. Sneaky little belts. See some of the American Truck Sim streamers? That's such a completely different world, man. Like I know there's hobbyists for everything. So I can't be that surprised. I can be even less surprised now because I live with someone who has a racing sim of his own. My brother-in-law has a pretty like in-depth racing sim with haptic feedback. But it's like a completely different world. I'm sure with how much investment they have into those sims. But apparently it didn't connect to the merger. Tuketsi, are you on PC? Yes. I don't know if you're open to installing mods, but there is a really good mod that has stopped that from happening to me. It's called AutoLink. And it is very good about making sure that things that look like they're connected to each other are actually connected. That's literally all it does. Is it just, if two belts look like they should be connected, they probably are with the mod. If you are inclined, I wanted to inform you that that is a cool thing. It's also very good for blueprints. If you like delete and replace a lot of blueprints, it will do the same thing, but on that big scale. Okay, we got this all hooked up here. Oh, this feels really good to get these pillars in place. Could, but I'm not going to use mods for now. At least first beating the game without them, and then mods to see the difference. Fair enough. Wanted to put it out there. But yeah, that's reasonable. I played like 500 hours before I even glanced in the direction of any mods. I thought I was gonna go all throughout the game and like beat it without mods, but I mean I haven't even beat the game yet, so I'm really glad I didn't do that. Really glad I stopped the self-imposed limitation when I did. I felt like I'd had enough time with vanilla. Because that's more time than most people spend playing the game. It's not there. I think this one was temp 3. Which is really poor naming convention. And I understand that. Wait, that's actually not the right one. Which one is it? It's this one. Yes. And as long as this one is clean, I could just do this one too. It looks like it's pretty clean. Other than some overlapping windows here that I do have to... Oh no, there actually are none. Okay, these ones actually do have items coming up from them. Hopefully this system works for distributing the ingots throughout the floors. I think it does. A lot of the times with these long projects, I just have to kind of defer to my past self and be like, yeah, that guy thought of this, didn't he? Right? He must have thought of this. Because otherwise I'd go insane trying to remember every detail of my old designs. Just kind of assume that this is going to work. And these ones just go right past. This is the train station level. Okay, nice. And this is the last pillar on this side. Yeah, because I'm not doing one over there. That's just the wall. I won't do one there. Please tell me this is a blueprint too. It's not. Okay. That is, though. Oh, no, it's not. I think it used to be, but then something happened. I don't know what. I'll probably have to do the entire top floor as a separate piece. That's fine. Oh god, the top of this is gonna be... It's so hard to look at the bottom of this and like how densely packed it is and how much work it took and then see that the top is still like this. That's fine though. I'm going back down. I'm going back down where I get to look at this instead. I like it better down here. I've now connected the bauxite and water into refineries and going to the next step. Nice. You got the bauxite down from your mountain. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Good luck. Well, actually, you don't really even need luck. You're not doing a priority water junction, so you should be fine. Enjoy all of your fresh concrete. I don't really know how I'm going to cap this off. Let's see what it looks like on the outside here. Feels like maybe that last bit of platform does get in the way of the shape that I want for the outside of the building. I guess it doesn't really need to go this far. Like, it could stop at that last support. So let's just not go over this way. At least I won't go all the way out. Maybe I can still go part of the way out, because it would be kind of cool to be able to like stand here and look out at the horizon. But we'll get rid of these things. Didn't take as long as I thought. Good. You've got more prowess in you than you think. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to cap this off, but we'll figure that out. That's not a right now problem. I just wanted to come detail the rest of this with metal beams. Oh yeah, I gotta run lights along the other side too. That's the whole reason I was running the power. So let's do that. It might not be enough light, because it's only gonna shine down. But I guess I still have the entirety of the roof to design. Oh my god, what am I gonna do for the roof of this building? Fuck, I haven't even thought about that. I won't do the lights here. So I don't know if that's even gonna stay. I mean, I feel like leaving it open would be really cool. If I just left it like open air. Because I wanted the two halves of this building to be split down the middle. And they kind of are. Like with the big opening down there. So I might just leave the top completely open. I guess with rain coming, there is actually a consideration for adding a roof, though. Depends on if I want the interior of the building to get rained on. Yeah, it's looking at night with all the lights. It's good. The render distance of the lights still isn't great. But that's okay. It will help. Will help a little bit. Honestly, I think just looking up at the rails looks better when there's lights on them. So I'm more than happy to put in the effort. I'm really glad to see that the signaling is actually working now. And then there's just enough space for these two trains to pass by each other on this bridge. Means it needs to be very girthy. This bridge needs to be really thick when I do add a design to it. Just so it can accommodate two trains at the same time. And then we're back here. Where I still don't really know what I'm going to do with this space. Everything past this point and to the right is awesome. Over here, not so much. Not so much. Am I missing any pillars still? I'm missing a little bit of connectivity here between this pillar. That one's all the way up. That one is most of the way up. Right here I'm missing... Oh yeah, I'm missing like the full thing right here. I assume you're still playing on 1.1 until mods get updated? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, right now, I don't really even have a choice. I'm definitely not switching to experimental. I guess I could, but no, I'm gonna stay on 1.1 until it releases to stable. And then there's probably gonna be a bit of time where I won't be able to play, like seriously play, because it'll be stable and mods won't be updated yet. And once they're updated from there, yeah, we'll be on 1.2. Hopefully they get updated quick. There's a few that I can play without, so we don't need to wait for every one of them. But just the real big ones, like, you know, Infinite Nudge, it's kind of necessary. I gotta check on my feature/suggestion on their QA page. Did you ever remember what you were supposed to ask? Does it have anything to do with that, or is it completely unrelated? Alright, and then from there, should grab this guy. Still don't remember what I was supposed to suggest. Thanks for that. Well, look, the more that you think about it, the more maybe you'll remember. I'm just here to help. It was that we lost weight for with trucks, paths, and potentially adding in two-way path for vehicles. Oh, yeah. So you could tell trucks to wait at stations. And, like... two-way path, would that be... Yeah, so they can be bi-directional. Like... Oh, hold on. Ignore those ads. I'm gonna snooze them. I would really like to be able to do 3-point turns again. That would be quite nice. That saves a lot of space, especially if you can do it like on the new track where they're more reliable. You can still do 3-point turns. Yes, please. That'd be great. My current 3-point turns in 1.2 are the most cursed trucks I've ever seen. They spin, yeah, they spin like all over the place. They sure do. Yeah, so how could you do that with their new system? Maybe like set the spline this way for like pulling in, and then at that endpoint you could do like that and then back around to allow them to like back up along this path and then go forward again along this path. Yeah, I don't like... I wouldn't like if we were forced to have them, like, move directly past the station always. That would be unfortunate. Disappear, reappear, spin and ragdoll, then back to the path. Yeah. They get pretty fucked up now. Do a 3-point. You need a 2x2 block area or bigger now. Can you still do it with the new system? You just need more space. Okay, I think that is all of the pillars. There's a little bit of stuff here that's in the way. But you know what? I actually kind of like that. For this area, specifically, it looks good. Don't think it's intended, but you can use the train rail glitch the same way. Oh, where the trains, like, yeah. They, like, hit a dead end and then immediately start coming back. Probably not intended. Probably not intended, but I'm not opposed to it. If it maybe makes its way in as a feature and lets us actually do 3-point turns in a little bit of a better way. Hey, I think that is actually all of them. Up to a certain point. I have to do the top still. Okay. God, I am so fucking hungry. I am so hungry. I think I'm gonna pop off a little bit early today too and go get some real food. Because I need something. I'm not just gonna be able to be quelled by a smoothie. I need to go get some real food. Oh, it's been a really good day, despite the fact that I started without any idea of what I was going to do and my title has been lying to you all this whole time. But I think it's been good. I'm really happy with the design down here of the little walking space. I thought that I was not going to like it as I was adding it on, but it has turned into a very important part of the building, I think, and couldn't imagine it without that. The rail looks a lot more supported now from the bottom too, which is a big part of, I think what's going to make the building look so as stable as it does. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I will not be here tomorrow because I have a bunch of stuff to do. There's a really potentially cool development coming up that I'm going to be excited to share with you all if it goes well tomorrow. So I'll let you know. I'll keep you posted. It is related to the stream, but I don't want to say anything too soon before it's real. Day's been pointless so far? Well, hopefully it does not stay that way. Hopefully it does not stay that way. I did hit a 70 streak, so that's a plus. Yeah, you know, it's a pretty big deal. See you, Taketsi. See you, Quantum. You do you. Oh, don't you worry, I will. I love my little midweek reset day. It really keeps me feeling fresh. Alright. Have a good night, everybody. I shall see you Thursday for more. Take care. Bye-bye.